Hey Muffle Moo, welcome to the stream. Things are going well. Just getting ready for the stream here. So I'm just setting up. I got a hard start at 12, so drop my phone for money. At the bus though. So pretty good. How about with you? How's your day going? Looks like it started a couple minutes early here. Really good, doing my work, which is just random order forms. So boring but steady. Yeah, order forms are a pain in the butt. When I was working in IT, my job was to do QA, to fill out know your client forms. I can't say more than that. That's probably actually too much, but essentially I spent 90% of my day making sure forms were just completed and then automating that process later on. It takes so long. It's so frustratingly boring. But I like monotony. Monotonous work makes me feel good. Keeps my mind at ease. We started our last stream, by starting with the resin casting of the flame. So we're gonna look at that today. And we also worked on the Razorback yesterday. I still have to do some brush on primer in here. And I've got this, cross on here for the Black Templar, but we still got a couple things I want to do with it. I painted a bunch of stuff near the end of the stream there, so there's some cleanup I want to do today, and I want to do some planning for next week. I'm trying to find a piece that I had for this piece to go into that goes into the back of the Razorback. So I'll have to try and find that midstream here. I tried to find it previously. All I found was the other piece I made, which was the top. It looks pretty neat. It goes in pretty good. Oh, once I get it the right way around. There. So it looks pretty good in itself, but we're going to do some stuff. I also put some green stuff in here just to level out some of the holes and piths. And then on the bottom as well. We also put on the front plates. That looks pretty neat. So some big cleanup day. Lots of planning for next week. Big weekend plans for you? It's funny, I had that piece on my desk for so long because I just wasn't. I want to keep trying new Barony stuff. Yeah, you said the patch was supposed to be out. Not patch, sorry. The new update was supposed to be out today, I believe it was, or it was yesterday. Yesterday, I'm loving the gremlin. Nice. I watch quite a few streams outside of this one. I actively look at like gremlin-like stuff. I just find I love the kind of cursed behavior and sort of insane mindset. I'm very calm on stream. I'm very Astartes, practiced and disciplined, but off stream, I'm basically just a hot mess. So I actively look for gremlin adjacent things. Oh yeah. So we got our lights in there now. I think that's turned out pretty good. Let it charge for a second here. We also put some green stuff on the bottom here, so I'll have to smooth that out too. And the way I'm going to smooth that is I've got a little piece of sandpaper here. We're just going to sand it very, very gently. And then we'll just paint over it. the other thing we're going to do today is we're going to, like I said, take that flame piece, see if it's actually dried out, and then we'll attach it. I like being chaotic and losing my marbles. There's no better feeling in the world than just doing whatever. As a purveyor of things that just kind of just happen, I totally understand. What does the gremlin class get to do in Barony? I didn't get a chance to take a peek at that. I would say that this is looking pretty smooth. I probably don't need to go too deep on it. And plus I still need to be able to clean it up afterwards, so I don't want to sand it too much. So with up here, I'll just sand this just a hair. They get buffs from breaking things and don't easily take damage. They start off with very solid tanks. Downside is shopkeepers hate me and will kick my ass in. This is the gremlin way. I always like gremlin stuff because whenever I see it, it's always like, you never expect a gremlin. Everyone thinks a gremlin is like a goblin where it's like, I'm here to steal your gold and, you know, bite your ankles. But really it's like, a gremlin's more like a little green dude that just goes 6'7". Except that they do the 6'7" thing on repeat for hours. I love it. Just a heads up as well is that going into next week, as these planned streams are good for figuring this stuff out. Oh, you know what? I didn't color block the white in here because I need that for the Black Templar. Yeah, I'm going to do that too today. We'll color block these out and finish this up. Going into next week, Fridays are going to be a stream that, you know, I call it the planning stream, but we're going to move to just chatting. I'll still paint minis in there, but it's just easier to like be able to talk with things other than just painting minis. Ooh. Okay, so I should slow down here a little bit. I touched the resin earlier that we cast earlier in the week, and I think it's solid. It felt solid, and when I tried to move the popsicle stick out, it's pretty solid. So it might be good to demold. I mean, it's in there pretty good. Now I'm gonna say it's probably good to demold. So we're gonna demold our flame for the Nexus Chaotica here, and we'll just see what it looks like. If it's soft, we can't use it. It's stuck. You're right. It's 100% stuck. Did it come out? Oh, it's still a little soft on the edges, but oh, it's coming. It's coming. It's coming. Hey, there we go. It didn't match perfectly with what his skulls are. But it's pretty close. I'll turn off the light here so you can see it. Assuming it'll actually let me bring this up here. So looks like we got most of the way there with the skulls, which I'm okay with. It just adds to the dimensional effect anyway, that there's skulls inside of here. Cool. So I'm going to take my scalpel and just clean this up a little bit because I've got a lot of flashing. The flashing is sort of expected. And I can get it while it's still soft. Actually, so using the scalpel I could even use my nippers. Nippers is such a fun term. My nippers are cold. I've been outside for too long. I was watching one of your streams there, Muffle Moo. Kind of like your avatar. Did you get that done on Fiverr? Is that a custom commission? Just gonna sand this down a little bit. If this were a much larger resin print, I'd be wearing a face mask, but it's not, so I'm okay with just doing this a little bit by hand. Okay, I kind of like the way that turned out. Let's see how it looks. That's the real tell, is how does it look? On one of our previous streams, we added LEDs to this. So, move this block out. And we'll just give this a little bit of a charge. She's my Temtem character that a friend made. I commissioned her to redraw her. I also am waiting for her to finish the banner and starting soon screen. Starting screen is just her pushing a bear and he pulls it, then ending it rolling on her. That's awesome. It's funny, I was just looking at doing a starting soon screen too. I just couldn't figure out what I wanted to do for the Emperor engagement, you know, for the Astartes. Oh yeah. Oh fuck yeah. Bro, that is fucking awesome. That is so fucking cool. Holy shit. Oh my fucking god. What happens when I put the Nexus on top of this? Because it's gonna go in too. It is 100% alive. Johnny 5 is alive. It might be still a little too high. I might need to sand it a little bit more, but I could probably just glue it in place and no one will know the difference. Oh, it looks so sick. Dude. That's fucking hot. Holy shit. Oh my god, sorry, I don't mean to sound so dramatic. It is just really, really fucking cool looking. Okay. So I know I said this stream was about the Razorback, and we'll still work on the Razorback, but if I can get this off my plate, that would be sick. I try to keep 2 models on stream, so we're going to say, once the Nexus Chaotic is done, we won't do another AOS model, but what we will do is add a second 40k model. But that is just so badass. Also, I saw you joined the Discord. Thank you for joining the Discord. I appreciate that. I try to keep updates on there, so every time we do a stream, or every time we have some progress, or every time we finish something, I try to do it and put it on there. I'm gonna make sure this is lined up correctly. If you're happy and proud, that's all that matters. I get excited when I finish cosplays, and yeah. Oh, I'm the same way. I'm a little bit about me outside of the stream here. Genetically, I'm not perfect like an Astartes would be. That's an unfortunate truth. But don't tell the Emperor. I am doing body transformation, body recomposition right now. I'm working out. God, I'm just amazed at how well that turned out. And I'm in the middle of my weight loss journey, I guess to say, and I'm getting muscle as well. Getting a little bit of muscle, lost a little bit of weight. I'm down to 202.6 this morning as of my calibration with the oh gosh, what are they called? With the Tech Marines, with the oh my gosh, what are those guys called? Adeptus Mechanicus. And so after checking my weight, I did some workouts, not yesterday but the day before, doing another one. I've started looking into some cosplays on my own. Excuse me just a second here. Apologies. The commissar brought me a drink. She brought me Megadon Magmadroth Flame. So I'll be drinking that stream later. No, I won't. Don't drink pink, kids. But she did bring me a white monster, so that's pretty cool. I'm gonna be sipping on that. Yeah, so I've got some ideas for cosplays I want to do. Some stream appropriate cosplays, and some that I will have to post elsewhere. So I'm not getting into the details on that because it's a long ways out, and it's not something that's worth really talking about very much. Just personal goals, I think, really is what I'm looking towards. I've always wanted to do cosplays, kind of growing up, and I just really either didn't fit in any demographic for them or any shape, and so I'm kind of in the stage now where I feel like I could. I'm going to be more apt to later, so I'm excited to try some. I really want to rough up the back of this texture a little bit more, primarily so I can glue it down a little easier. And also roughing up adds refraction points, so the lighting will have a better time floating through. It'll make it look more pronounced, because it's almost like having a jewel or like a diamond. Where like the more lines you give it for light, the more light is gonna reflect on the inside. Pop off and I believe in you. I don't always match a character in all its creativity. It's all in creativity and enjoyment. Trying to be perfect. My Peach one year wasn't completely canon. That's fine. I've considered doing like alternate universe like cosplays. I've been following this guy on YouTube recently and Instagram called Cornate Gains. He's a Korn Warhammer player, and he's got like the helmet and everything, and it's like a World Eater's helmet, and he's just jacked. To put it simply, to put it gently, he's jacked beyond belief, like muscles rippling everywhere. And so I've sort of aligned myself to go, whoa, you know, that'd be fun to look like that and to get in a Astartes helmet. So I've got my printer tuned now, and I want to print this Astartes helmet. Partially so I can start thinking about doing like IRL streams, or so we can like move the streams so it's not just like, ooh, here's my hands kind of thing all the time. And so I could do like reviews and maybe have a camera up a little bit more. There's definitely more options when I can have my head and torso on camera. I mean, I can express myself even without my face being seen. Okay, so that looked cool. Now I gotta find the right position for this section so they fit in. And then we'll glue it down once we find the right position for it. We know that goes there. We know these go here. That's really easy. So these must line into these sections here and here and here. Which, how do I get this lined up? I have no idea. We might have to scum this a little bit. Like I might have to put this in one place or another, glue it tight, and then move something around. I'm going to hold these two down and then just rotate this until it sits a little bit nicer. It sits pretty good right about there, I want to say. Maybe closer to here. Yeah. And then just there and there. And then this one's just hanging out in the middle of nowhere, so that doesn't seem right. I don't know why. That seems pretty right there. It's got to connect there. It has to. And then, excuse me for just a second. Sorry about that. Commissar was coughing. I just went out to make sure she was okay. So this guy, it may be too big still. I may have to sand this down, and I really don't want to sand it down. Because sanding is going to take a very long time. Give me a second, I'm going to go get a better sandpaper piece. Okay. I have a nail file here. This should work pretty good, I would think. I want step 1 course. This will do probably 90% of the work. Me and my wife were playing Red Dead 2 live. Red Dead 2, I've never played Let me start this again. Me and my wife were playing Red Dead 2. I've never played. My wife has, and it went well until one hacker didn't know what was happening. Oh man. The people who have like infinite bullets or like their horse never dies or just whatever crazy crap. That always bugged me in Red Dead 2 online. I used to play on Red Dead 2 servers. I swear I'm alive, just running Sub-Zero temps is not recommended. Absolutely. Commissar, stay safe. Yeah, I used to play Red Dead 2 RP servers, and they were pretty fun. You meet people who'd have like a southern accent, and they'd be like, "Howdy, partner," and then you got to figure out like complex problems, like how to help people with like trading companies and selling whatever. It was kind of fun. It was fun for a little bit. I had a friend that was really into it, so he got me into those servers and got me to play on them. But Red 5 absolutely destroyed my computer because the requirements for the mods. I can't guarantee this will be a very entertaining stream with all this sanding that I'm doing right now. And actually, I'm kind of glad that we're standing at this flat too, because we don't want it to be super bright. We want it to actually matte out on the bottom, so that when I turn on this LED, which I'm going to do here, it gets even brighter, which is pretty cool. Like even with the light on, they were glitching dynamite. And my wife was southern. I had to save our horses a few times. I was slammed into panic using my horse. My first time playing Red Dead Redemption 2 online, a different friend of mine was like, "Hey, we're gonna go be cowboys and bang bang, whatever." And I was like, "Oh, that sounds fun." And this is why I'm very gremlin adjacent, was I don't take very many things seriously, especially like video games. And I was walking around with my revolver out, and I was like, "Hey, look at my revolver," and I was showing police officers it, in the game, of course. And they started shooting at me. Of course, I didn't have any bullets, but you can't pull out revolvers in like city towns. He got so upset. And I was like, I got killed a bunch of times, and he was having a not a great time, and I was having a blast. Again, I'm very gremlin adjacent by nature. But when it comes to these streams, I'm very disciplined, I guess is the term. It's kind of my space to relax, reevaluate, and turn my brain off for a bit. Not think about bunch of stuff. If you streamed your Red Dead Redemption 2 stream, sorry, if you streamed Red Dead Redemption 2, I'll have to see if you got it, because I'd love to watch it. Like I said, I love watching people playing that sort of game. And like I said again, I love Gremlin adjacent content. It always makes me giggle. A little bit of water. And I'm just wet sanding. I can smell the resin, so I can tell the resin's not totally dry, but also the particles are in the air. I don't think I need to blur what's on the thing here. Actually, this paste is helping sort of with the sanding. And this paste is just resin mixed with a little bit of water from the sanding. I want it with my wife, haha, and hopefully no hacker this time. Though I am my wife's gremlin, I run on swinging pews too and threaten the castle. Wife tells me to blow away. That's hey, birds of a feather, right? Yeah, I was doing that to a friend of mine, and he was getting pretty aggressive. He likes to take games very seriously sometimes. We used to play Grand Theft Auto online, and he wanted to be very serious with how he played, and you know, rise to the ranks, that sort of thing, and play very straight. And I would dress in completely green, or just like a pair of boxers, or like a mask. It was always a friggin' ton of fun. Oh, I miss those days. Oh, I miss fooling around like that. Still won't sit right. I think there's a groove where it will sit. Because when I try with this one, actually it's probably a really good reference point. Is it sits down like that, and then it sits inside. Even then, it doesn't really sit flat. Like this is flat as it's gonna sit. I think my wife is okay if I'm silly. I love playing Elden Ring with my wife too, because I cried when I had to fight the Great Jar. I have not played Elden Ring. I started a Bloodborne playthrough a very long time ago, like months ago, back when I was finding myself. Wow, might have to get deep on this one. I'm trying not to be too weird for stream here, but for a while, I have some things I'm working on, and for a very long time, I needed some help and I didn't realize it, and then I did get the help eventually, which is good. I mean, I don't need to say any more than that, but where I'm kind of going with this is that once I got the help, I started shifting kind of my mind and my process and my personality a little bit. And I started wearing all black. I often joke that like I'm the internalized goth. And it just sort of started coming out. You know, I had stuff in my mind that I just wanted to keep secret for a very long time, and I felt certain ways, and I just had personality that I kept under wraps because you know, whether it was family or, you know, my job or whatever else. And I didn't feel like I wanted anybody to see who I was. I don't know why. In hindsight, I don't know why. I just felt weird about it. But since I lost my job, I kind of just threw caution to the wind. It's actually pretty fun. I want to play all the Dark Souls games. I can, and I'm a divorced mom cheetah print. Divorced mom cheetah print. What is that? Divorced mom cheetah print. Just gonna Google this real quick in case I missed the reference. Oh, I gotcha. 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 Right on. I'm like how you lick all deck on decked out and cheap print. Very nice. It's a hard look to pull off. You have to have a lot of confidence going into it. Like it's not like an easy task, and you gotta accessorize with that too. Mostly divorced moms like it. You know, it's funny, I've got this skeleton hoodie I bought from Spencer's Gifts, and I was wearing it in the mall one day. I've got these demonia boots and this like skeleton hoodie, and this demeanor that says like "don't talk to me" kind of thing. And this mom comes by with her daughter, and it's like Christmas time, and she comes, and I swear to you this happened, and she must have had like either some kind of vendetta, or she wanted to talk but was like too nervous to. And she comes up when I'm sitting with my dad, because we're waiting for the commissar to get off work. And she comes over, she looks at me and points and says, "I like that shirt." And I said, "Thank you. I like your hair." And she goes, "Oh, thank you." And then walked away. And I thought, that's incredibly bold. Not a lot of people would say very much. I mean, as is now, I walk through the mall, and a good example is yesterday I tried to buy some candy. No, I was buying an energy drink for the commissar, and the worker at this candy store that's in the mall went very timid, like very like shy. And I was like, don't be shy. Like, I'm trying to buy candy here. Like, don't back out now. You work in a mall, kind of thing. And I've realized that's the I hate to say it this way, but that's the goth girl mindset, where it's like just be real, because I don't have time for this. So I've realized I'm my own goth girl. Spencer's own Spirit Halloween. I didn't know that. That's awesome. That's wild. I love telling people compliments when I can. You know, I used to be very shy and very timid, and I'd be terrified to tell anyone anything for a long time, because I always felt like I'm going to look or sound creepy. But since I started dressing in all black and like being pseudo goth and just looking really badass, like, I don't feel bad about it. Like, I don't feel shy or weird or scared anymore, because the reaction I get from people 100% of the time is they're either, 50% of the time they're either happy and that they appreciate the compliment, or they're terrified by my presence and I'm complimenting them. And so I feel confident now, because I'm not afraid to just be like, haha, you look nice. And then they're like, thank you. We get felted hamster figures. It's time to get you one brown one holding a sunflower seed with his tiny hands. I love tiny little things. Thank you, Commissar. The Lost Zelda is the Commissar, by the way. I have a soft spot for small rodent creatures. Hamsters, rats especially, mice. Oh, I love mice. I'm my wife's confident gremlin. I'll yap my heart out very loudly, like us at the zoo. Me saying, "Look at the turtles," and flirting and just straight no saying that out loud with my wife. Very nice. Very nice. Once you start finding kind of like your aesthetic and kind of what you like about yourself, I think the confidence comes with it. At least that's been my experience, and I kind of enjoy it. Like, I don't feel as forced to perform anymore. I would honestly say and agree to the statement that I was a performative male before. I was someone who didn't know what I was or who I was or what I was doing. I know what I wanted to look like and what I wanted to do and the people I wanted to be around. I've always been around goth people and punks. That's 100% of my life has been that, be around punks and goths. Because they're very accepting, they're very open, they're very welcoming, and we have a lot of common interests. I like the music. I have a lot of political views that share some of theirs. And, you know, I've always been around people who party or just give 100% and commit fully to everything they're doing. And those two scenes, punks and goths, always do. Always. And so, for me, I've just always been in those two scenes. I've never looked like it. I've always been kind of just an outsider in it, inside that scene, if you can believe it. But I've always been in it. So, now I'm finally adjusting to it and going, this is what I want to be. I think after I had my son, I know I had to show him he can enjoy anything. He likes loudly and proud. I love letting him see himself. That's so good. That's actually really wholesome. I was raised to be very, you know, stay calm, keep your head down, don't question things, and just, you know, and you don't have to worry because you're going to work hard and you're going to get what's coming to you in the end. So don't question things. Like, don't like, trust everything. And I did that. Never let someone do your light. You're goddamn right. I used to tell people, and this is unfortunate, I used to tell people, look, you have to understand where you are. You have to understand. I did this to the commissar too, unfortunately. And commissar, I'm sorry for this. Early on, I used to tell her that, you know, understand where you are and what you're doing. And, you know, understand that, like, you can't dress in costume all the time. And I still kind of agree with that. Like, there's faces and places. Like, if I'm working in IT, I can't dress goth. Like, I have to dress like a dressed down goth almost, or dressed down punk. Like, I can't wear my chains or my lock or anything. I have to kind of dress more professional adjacent, and that's because I'm in an industry where, you know, money changes hands, and the people who are changing hands expect that to be that way. If you want to be respected in those scenes, you have to dress like you're part of those scenes. Unfortunately, that's just the truth. But in your own personal way, if you're doing things outside of that, you should dress the way you choose. And it took me 10 years to realize that, 10 years to understand that, 10 years to embrace that, because I have anxiety. I was diagnosed with general anxiety disorder, and I spent my life under the thumb of someone else who embedded that in me, but then never progressed themselves. So now that I'm in the right direction and doing things to help myself and making moves that can really assist in that, you know, medication's an assistant as well. And I've been through therapy as well, and I've learned that, like, you kind of govern how you want to feel. And I didn't see it at first, but it took me many years to see the pattern in my parents, who were trying their best to keep me protected. I think that was their goal, was to protect me. You know, as any parent would want to. But over time, I saw that they were doing a lot of things that they had mentioned, and it was extremely limiting. They weren't happy. But they felt safe, but they were so limited, and it wasn't my thing. It wasn't who I wanted to be anymore. And like I said, it took me a long time to realize that. And I pushed away a lot of really great opportunities for what I felt was safety. So I don't impose that anymore. There's still times when I reel back a little bit, because I can't be 100% all the time, but you know, I'm a little bit more open now. I think, okay, so these skulls look like they're pointing towards this line right here. So I'm going to take this and try and align that up with it. It looks like part of this didn't didn't mold, but that's okay. It doesn't have to be perfect because not really anyone's going to see it. And once we put some Cyracolite in there, it's going to be fine regardless. Looks like we got the right height on this, which is even better. So I'm going to say it's right there, probably. That dot in the center might be pushing it up. Oh, you know what? There's little dots in here too. That's doing something for it. So we could sand this down a little bit more. Probably not a bad idea. Yeah, I don't feel like cutting dots into the bottom of it. So we'll just sand it a little bit more. Yeah, don't dim your light. Live how you want to live. And be who you want to be. But, just the same, it's not reasonable to expect everyone else to always understand that. That's the other thing too, is I found, is that even though I've always been around like punk and goth kids, like, we weren't always accepted by the people that we needed to be or wanted to be. So you sort of have to toe that line in life. Like, even when I was in IT, I still had to toe that line too, because there's times when we were just really awesome at what we did and our customers loved it. And as far as I can tell, or as far as I cared to learn at least, we were doing everything right. But if a customer came to the site, you know, where we were, and saw us, you know, in jeans and not in slacks or not dressed appropriately, which was a thing, we could lose contracts. And at one point we did, because they saw that we had a very small employment base as well. And they said, oh, you guys are you're not doing what you're saying you're doing, because there's, you know, let's say 30 of you when we're expecting a company of like a couple hundred. And we didn't lie. We said we were only like 30, and they came down to trust it, and they said, you guys have no idea what you're doing. And we learned from that in those spaces, people have expectations. That's why some companies hire people and they don't do anything all day. It's just because if you don't have the numbers or the statistics for it, and you don't match what the norm looks like, the company kind of doesn't look like it knows what it's doing, even if it does. That's why sometimes when they do mass layoffs, they do it when it's industry happening. Like, someone like, it's so weird. Like, if Google's hiring a bunch of people, you kind of have to hire a bunch of people. If Google's firing a bunch of people, you have to fire a bunch of people. And that's just how the trend works. It's so stupid. It's so... I'm not going to get worked up. It's just the industry. It's just the way things are, unfortunately. And I wish IT was one of those things where it worked like any other job, where it's, we need this thing, so we're hiring for this thing, and we're getting this thing. But the reality is that it's all just influencing. And I think it's because everyone wants to stay above the curve. I can't blame them for wanting that. But, you know, from a perspective of an employee, or from the human perspective, it doesn't work very well. You know, it doesn't earn you a lot of favor. But when people see it from the outside, they think that you're a genius. And that's all you're ever fighting for in those fields. Okay, I think this works. I'm going to glue it down. I could glue down the flame. I'm going to glue down... Yeah, I'm going to glue down the pillars to this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to glue down the top first, and these two pillars. Because it isn't necessary to glue the inside there. You know what, I might just glue the edges here too. I'm using Cyracolite instead of the Citadel glue. And the reason why is because Cyracolite will hold much stronger. It's already starting to bond to my skin a little bit. I have acetone here, so I'm good. This one's just floating in the middle of nowhere, which is really weird. I'm gonna say it's probably supposed to be somewhere here. And we'll just hope for the best. Actually, I might put a little Cyracolite just on the edge of this. And we'll just push it into place. Now, CA glue works with moisture much better than anything else does. It's one of the few glues that you almost want to get wet, and it wants high humidity. So you can just breathe on it or use activator. Just gonna hold it in place for a few minutes here, because breathing on it did not tighten it up. And then what we'll do with this to finish off is we'll just blend the posts together. The blend we're gonna use is gonna be Corvus black, just brushed over top of the black that we have here. And then if we have to add some more colors, like some browns or some, Dawnstone to it, we will. And then we'll just make sure that they all touch together. I think one of the most important things I've had to do as an adult is learn and grow. You can learn a lot of things as an adult still. I mean, you can teach an old dog new tricks. But growing is the hard part. And growing isn't just getting over things. Sometimes growing is getting over yourself. Sometimes growing is learning to accept the world around you is the way it is, and sometimes growing is just building, becoming the you that you want to be seen as and do and be, while also being able to be the you that everyone else wants. You know, life isn't linear. Put a little more CA glue up here. And we're just going to hold on to this while we let it dry. This is going to be a fun stream. Please enjoy me gluing my fingers to something for 5 to 10 minutes while I keep things held in place. Okay, that one on the left looks like it glued pretty well. Just wait for this one. Hey. Oh, it's starting to hold. See, this is how I get hand cramps. This is exactly how I get hand cramps. Yeah, see, they let go. As soon as I let go, they let go. I can't promise this part will be interesting. Unless I'm glued to it, then it might be very interesting. I can see the glue wanting to hold, but I can also see the part wanting to move away. He just wanted to slide away. Oh, the other one popped off. Oh, yeah. You know what, I'll let this one dry. Because that way I'm not putting mechanical force in both directions. I'm only putting it in one. And then after that's dried, I'll move it to the other one. Okay, so while we're waiting for the dry, let's look at what to do here with these two spires. Because they're black, they're not exactly the same color. Corvus black is what I had mentioned using. Ooh, my white palette's starting to dry out a little bit. We can fix that. And then soak up the sponge. Come on. A little bit more water. Now I'm using the water that I cleaned up my resin with, so this should be interesting. Oh, yeah, I'm starting to get some light back in the pad here. A little bit of bubbles, and what that is I had some dish soap in there, just to keep the water from going kind of weird on me. It won't affect the paint, really. Might make it a little soapy. Ooh, yeah, a little soapy. So we'll take some paper towel here and just clean up just a hair. There. we're not too worried about it. Sea glue. Uh-oh. Where's my cap? Right here. Okay. Excuse me. Corvus Black. Incubi Darkness. Abaddon Black. Eshin Gray. Eshin Gray is probably really good here. And I imagine Corvus Black is sitting beside me somewhere. I would have no doubt. Right there, picked up right away. Start with some Corvus Black, see how far we get. And I'm going to use a dry brush here. Just the Citadel one because it's nice and flat. Put on my wet palette just so I can get a little smoother line here. Take some of it off so I can dry it out. And then we'll just start blending, I guess. I'm not really looking for a color match. I'm just looking for pushing the color to the piece below so that when it blends together, and I can always go over top of it with another color. The thing I don't like about IT, just to get back to that rant from earlier, is that it seems like every job in IT is everyone wants the world from you all the time. And I don't know if it's because they don't understand necessarily what they're demanding of, or because it's just their prerogative or what, but it seems like it's always putting out fires. And I come from a lot of service work jobs where it's just come in and do a thing that's already been pre-planned. And maybe that's lack of experience, or maybe that's just, you know, not the right attitude towards it, but it's always been super chill, like, you know, this is what we're doing today, and then everybody's in the trenches together and everybody's upset about it. I switched over here to some Ash and Gray, by the way. And I'm just blending upwards. Really thin dry brush. Really watered down paint here. I kind of miss service work, or like working in warehouses, because I was always just left to my devices and people just didn't care what I did. As long as it got done. And I kind of took that for granted. You know, I wanted to work as hard as I could. I wanted to give 150% if I could. And the reality is I should have just slowed down and chilled. But hindsight's 2020, and when you're in it at that time, you don't know it. Colors are starting to blend really nice. I just cleaned my brush, but I'm gonna grab just a really gentle dry brush here. And let's just use my sponge just to get this out of the brush. And those were the grays. So now I'm going to take a... What color can we add here to lighten it up? Probably a dawnstone, I want to say. If I can find my dawnstone again. There it is, dawnstone. Dawnstone's going to be super weird because I want to get just a super light dry brush. Like so light it's imperceptible to the human eye. Which is foolishness. And that's why we're going to do it. It's so thin right now I can't even see it on the paper towel. So that's probably a good sign. But the paint will not hide it. All we're doing is just edge highlighting the edges of the rocks so that they just look like they match. And then the only final calculating factor of this is to throw some Agric Earthshade over top of it. And that means we're going to grab our shade brush and some Agric Earthshade, which I have here as well. Just a little bit, not a lot. And we just go over top. Just blend down. Then we grab a little water just to blend out the shade. A little bit more Earthshade for this side. Again, a little water. That's all we needed. It's blended right in. So now I'll take this last piece, because these look like they're pretty dry. Close to my wet palette again, because I don't want it sitting in water. We'll set this down. Grab our Cyracolite. Just make sure it's nice and tight there. Nope, it's not yet. So we're going to put a little more glue on here. I'll do it from the opposite side so you can't really tell it's there. No, I'll do it from the front. It won't matter. It'll look even regardless. This one we know is tight. These two are tight. Oh, it's still a little wet. And this one I can't move just yet. I feel like if I'm an activator I'd use it, but it is what it is. A little bit of pressure there. Feel like a doctor. You're gonna feel some pressure? When the doctor told me I was gonna feel pressure, I didn't think he meant like life. Use some of this wire and just sort of bend it up over and tighten it down. I think that's what I want to do, just so I don't have to hold this the whole time. That could work. And then just touch these two together. Maybe just this one. And that way, don't really have a great thing to hold this with, but if I had a weight somewhere. Oh, golly. Okay, to make my life easier, I might take some more of this and then just wrap it down under like a paint pot or something. It's not the amount of pressure I need on this. That's probably good there. I'm going to take a minute and be right back. Hey, I'm back. Sorry about that. Got some nerds clusters. So, I'm going to open them up here in a second. And get one of them into me. And we're going to talk about what else is happening today. So, we're going to be doing some cleanup on this guy. If I decide not to throw it. And we're just going to get this kind of to a nice little state where the hash nut copper has been cleaned up again. While we wait for this to dry, which that could be a little while. There. So grab some hash nut copper, and I'm just going to grab a basing brush, or base brush rather, not a basing brush, a base brush. Just clean up this a little bit. I went pretty thin on the first coat, so just clean it up. We'll do some wires in here as well. Thing looks pretty good. You'd almost never know unless you watched my stream live. And what we won't do today is we won't glue this in unless I can find the one that holds this. Because I want this to be on top. I'm going to grab, not Black Legion, but some Gnome Oil. And just going to go over pretty well the majority of this piece. Just really darken it up and get into the recesses. All we're doing is just giving the illusion of depth here. That looks pretty good. let that dry. Same with our front plow here. Just all over. So we can always edge highlight this later. This part here didn't get painted when I sprayed this. So, again, lead belcher. Oh, sorry, no lead belcher, Nuln Oil. We'll paint the Auspex in there as well, and then paint this rocket. So it looks like a rocket launcher. And then we'll do our cables here as well. Just to sell the depth. In the grimdark far future, there is mostly Nuln Oil. We'll come back and paint our Aquilius as well. And then paint our barrels and everything else, and just all the little trim features. Where this will really pop is right here on this little rope. Now, this could be a regular rope, like a regular brown rope, but I think in the Millennial like that, it's probably going to be cable. Like they might use for like ships and stuff. Anything that wouldn't break under tension. This one's not ready to be Nuln Oiled because it just needs a coat of red over top of this. Which I might even forego and just keep it silver. Same with this one, needs some red. And we have our Aquilia as well. So, done with the Nuln Oil for now. What I'll do for sake of simplicity is I'm going to paint this Aquilia. So, the easy way to paint this is I'm just going to stick it on the back of this. Just like that. It's already silver. Well, lead belcher. And I'm going to grab my gold, which I had here somewhere. It's the white top, I gotta remember that. And I'm going to use one of my little brushes. This guy. And I'll just dab it on like that. Get some off the brush, that's a thin dab. And wherever I put... Right here, behind it, of course. I'm just gonna roll it around, just get it nice and dabbed on, nice and thin. Much as I can at least. And then just use, like I said, use the brush again to just roll it around till it's thin. Brush is clean again, and our Aquilia is painted in less than 3 seconds. That's the big one. Now I'm going to do the smaller ones. I'll use just a layer brush for that because this paint's quite chunky. Actually, before I do that, I shouldn't do that at all. I should paint this red so it has some red on it. We'll go with the Mephiston red. And this is a base paint, so we're going to be a little careful with how we throw it on, but we'll just throw it on. We'll go over the hole at the top of this, and I'll just clean up later. This is a little equipment box. That still isn't holding the way I want to. You know what, we'll call that a wash. Call it a loss for now. And we'll come back to that at some point in the future. It's probably okay, but we'll see. Because I do need the space back really quickly. not too worried about the paint looking a little thick here either. Actually, the thicker, the better almost. Okay, I got Lamy medium. And I just need my gray cedar. Right here, gray cedar, Lamy medium. It's a base, so we're gonna throw some of it on the palette, like a lot of it. So we're gonna paint all the internal structure in here. It's gonna be, we're gonna paint right along these edge stripes instead of just keeping them metal. We're gonna do a thin layer. That's where Lamy medium comes in, because it helps us get to those edges. And we're gonna need a lot of Lamy medium. We're just going to keep this on the wet palette because that way I can mix it up, use it, not have it dry out like immediately. Take a little off first just because too wet. And then we'll just start painting this. Throw a little bit more on. A little bit more in there. We can clean up the edges here with Abaddon Black later. One layer will do most of the work here. Mixing paint, munching my wrap, and sewing a tiny bit, sewing a tiny All Might outfit for my gremlin who asked. That's cool. All Might, tiny All Might. Let me look up All Might. That's from My Hero Academia if I'm not mistaken. Oh, it's so sick. How far in? Oh my god, I can't talk today. Huh. I gotta fix that Vox chip. All Might is GOAT. I 100% agree. How far in are you on the All Might cosplay? Hard part here is I gotta wait for this to dry now. That's just so I can put a second layer on this. just learned a Pokemon fact and I hate it. What Pokemon fact did you learn, Commissar, and why do you hate it? Always glue that door in today. Let's see why not. It's either we glue this door in or we magnetize it so it glues in. I'm okay with magnetizing it. I think. No, I think I'll glue it in. Why not? We'll just paint these rungs silver a little bit. Like, oh, actually, chance now. I'll paint the rungs. I won't paint them Stormhole silver, but I'll paint them Light Belcher, I think. Do I have Light Belcher in front of me? I should. Delibird, the bird with a bag, is not Delibird, it's Delibird? Like delivered. What? I've known this bird since I wanted to mispronounce it for 25 years. Oh my god, 25 years, holy shit. Wait, how old is Delibird? Oh, that's cool. I went to the Google page for it, and there's a Pokemon thing that popped up. Oh, cool. Oh, because you can catch Pokemon, that's right. Gold and Silver Gen 2, wow. I'm so angry. For delivered? Yeah. I mean, understandably. Delibird. It's got like bagels and stuff. I mean, it makes sense though, because he's got a bag. It's delivered, right? Muffled, what's your favorite cosplay that you've done so far? Or do you have one? Pokemon's TM said Delibird. It's sort of the anime. Yeah, translations to English really... they take their chances. There's something I thought was interesting was a couple days ago, Simple Dots was in here, and he was telling me about he'd had his pierogi limit for the day, right? He hit his goal. And I thought, oh, okay, he's from Poland, and so they make his own pierogies over there, as is the way. But he had two types. One was the regular with the cheese and the potato, but the other one was wild mushroom. Yeah, I haven't gotten that in my head because I keep thinking, like, what mushrooms could you use? Especially wild ones. Oh, okay, it's just the regular ones. Alright. That makes sense. Moo, you said you had a Peach cosplay that you did. Was that one of the top 5 or top 10 cosplays that you've ever done? Or just upload the recipe? I saw Boris upload, Life of Boris upload the recipe, and I got a little suspicious when he said that he made pierogies, and I thought, is that Boris I'm talking with? And I thought it was really, I was like, please let it be, that'd be cool. Peach is very cool, man. Lemmy medium is starting to cool it in here. I might just have to skip the lemmy medium and just glue it, or not glue it, sorry, paint it in by brush. So I think gray sear is probably good enough to use by itself. I don't think I need lemmy medium for it. So the plan for next week, because I haven't started talking about that yet, is to start on the... What the hell was that? I heard something fall. Weird. The plan is to start on Chaos Space Marines. And how we're going to get to that is there is a box of Chaos Space Marines sitting next to me on the ground that I'm very excited to open. And we're going to spend Monday probably clipping and assembling. Assuming this gets done the stream, which I think it will. I mean, we're pretty close to done there now. There's just some cleanup. And we'll spend Monday talking about what exactly I can do with those Marines. Because I know I can do Black Legion with them, but I don't know much else. And so I'm very, very excited to see what can be done. Did that glue in right away? I think that glued in right away. I can't even lift it back. Yeah, I can't even lift it back out. Holy moly. Not without tearing it off the thing. Oh my god, it's like set. Son of a gun. That's good. That is good. Very good adherence. Son of a gun. Okay. I still need to print some text in here. And paint this step and this step, which I'm going to do here in a second once I find my cap. And I'm using just lead belcher for this just because it's just kind of the universal, like, gray, silk, like, metal, gunmetal. Excuse me. painting a little bit of these brackets. Use a thinner brush than that, I think. Just where the doors meet. Just like that. Add some riveting here. Riveting stuff, I know. Just painting some rivets. Just because I'm insane and I prefer to torture myself. Which means if I've done one side, I should probably do the other side too. And probably all the other rivets. So, yay! Oh, yeah. Yeah. There, those rivets are painted. Or at least highlighted. Oh, I realized I can't see my stream. There we go. Good. Really good. Good gracious. Our Lame meme's starting to drop, which is good. Because now I can hit it with regular gray sear. But since we're waiting for it to dry, I'll just finish up all these other little rivets. Just because I'm loco. I want my paint stick. There we go. Now the intent was to have a lot of the light bulbs that I sprayed on show through. I don't think that's going to be the case here. It was mostly just a foundation, so I could see what was happening here. Now, because I painted all those rivets, I should paint these ones too, probably. This is what the definition of insanity looks like. There we go, paint those rivets. Oh, golly. I think I'm crazy. Just paint the inside of our smokestacks now. And again, any overpaint will just clean up with Abaddon Black. Holy moly. This is what I get for drilling these out. Because I drilled them out, I now have to paint them. Crazy is fun, you're right. Crazy can be fun. Okay. There's the lead belcher. Good lord. Okay, before we get in the Abaddon Black, we're going to finish up this Grey Seer. I'm not going to use the stuff with the laminated medium anymore. I think I'm just going to go straight from the pot. Just because it seems to be thick enough that I can just throw it on without it being too chunky. Although I might throw some on the wet pellet here without the laminated medium. Just so I can get it kind of thin. Oh yeah, that was the way to go. Laminated medium was not the way to go last time. And then we'll throw some on these two edges back here. Start with this one. Grab some more Grey Seer. Now I have it too thin. We'll call that pretty good, I guess. I'll grab some more here. I'll just grab a little bit more paint just to kind of tighten it up some. Take some off on the brush, and we'll just do back here. Really, I'm using a lot of Grey Seer here. The intent's not to use a lot, it's to convey. some water in here, and just unchunk it. Because it'll go chunky if I don't. I just don't have it thin enough, so. Just thinning out the paint. So we'll do 2 coats, one thin, one thick. Or 2 thin coats, I guess. One thin, one thick, jeez. And it's starting to dry a little bit over here, which is good, because we'll do another layer of the thin stuff, just to make sure that we've covered all of our bases. Let's grab some more paint, mix it in. A couple thin coats won't hurt it. I mean, we're going over top of black, so... Well, lead belcher, I should say, not black. Lead belcher shiny. Abaddon black is black. Really all we're doing here is just meeting the lines. Meeting the colors, making them overlap. This gray series turned out really nice inside these vent areas for the stripes. Still drying over here and here, so we're gonna give it a few minutes to dry and then we'll come back to it. In the meantime, we're gonna take this gray series still and I'm going to paint these doors. I don't really have very many Templar markings. They're too big or too impressive, so I might just use another one of these sheets. Just could use arrows. Arrows are pretty neat, but they're here or there. Now I have a transfer sheet as well, somewhere here. Over here. coming out so clean, thank you. I'm making so many wraps now. Nice. So I could be using any of these transfers, they'd be pretty cool too. But they're for like Ultramarines, Imperial Fists, Salamanders, Raptors. They don't really do this sort of thing for, you know... for Black Templar. But I do want this to stick. So I'm gonna put this back on top. And what we'll do is we'll just hold it down, I guess. Just turn our sponge into a dry brush and... oh no. Did get a little bit of overage, but that's fine. Again, we can clean this all up. It's not a big deal. We're not trying to get perfect, we're just trying to get close enough. Because we'll clean up the rest here. I got some paint in it, but whatever. Like I said, it doesn't really matter how clean it gets the first time, because we're just going to clean it up with Grease here and Abaddon Black anyway, so it's all good. First the Grease here, just to clean up our lines. Take some water and just kind of neaten up the edges a little bit. Just to give us the best fighting chance to pull paint out and to put more new paint on. It's coming out so clean. This is not clean, not yet, but we'll get there. No, it's Corvus Black, oops. I want Abaddon Black, which is right here. This is where we take it from kind of okay to really good. Using a layer brush with a base paint. You can clean that up later, not a big deal. Take a little water and just fade it a hair. And just feather it. little bit more. A little bit more black. And we'll just overlap some of the colors here. The crosshair is a little tilted. That's okay. From far away you won't notice anyway. Again, lots of trust the process kind of painting going on here. The brush isn't wet enough. What we'll do here as well is I'll grab a slightly darker white than this gray. Actually, I might even grab some of this gray now and just over define some of these areas that just didn't get enough of the gray sear. But I'll come back with a slightly darker white and just out define that line that's in there for the door hatch. Just so we can sell that's painted over top. And it's not just a flat board. I'm just going back and forth between gray sear and Abaddon black and then just cleaning up my lines. Again, not a perfect process, but progress is progress. And if you can make progress of any kind, it's better than no progress. Progress now means less progress you need to make later. And honestly, one of the most important things you can give yourself, one of the best gifts you can give yourself is time. If you can give yourself time, you can do whatever you want with it. You can be creative. You can spend time enjoying yourself. You don't have to think. You don't have to do things. You don't have to plan or, spend the rest of a weekend panicking. Any progress is progress. Such a big mental shift. That's turning out pretty good. How's this guy turning out? Getting cleaner. Pretty, getting close to done on the Gray Seer over here. So I'm going to take some more wetted Gray Seer. Grab some here, throw it back on the thing. It's wet. And we're just gonna finish cleaning out the wells. Just make sure that they're nice and wet. That there's just not too much paint. Because we don't want brush lines. That'll be pretty good when it dries. And then over here next to it, just pick it up again. Same thing. Just some brush lines. And all we're doing is just filling in all the areas that there was paint. Got some more paint, and that's all we're doing is just brushing it across. Doesn't matter how thin or thick it is. But we try to get as thin as we can. Grab some more. Now at this placement, I'm sorry, but the guy who played Spike and Buffy and Angel also played Piccolo in Dragon Ball movie. Oh no, I didn't know that. That's terrible. Piccolo. Piccolo and Piccolo. Same dude, apparently. What a terrible movie. Just gonna grab some Dawnstone here and just over define this shape. Almost like dry brushing just along the edge. And because we went just a little too high on that. I can't believe that. Yeah, Piccolo thing. That's crazy. I still love that part in the movie. What we're talking about is Dragon Ball Super. Sorry, Dragon Ball Z, the movie. There was, in the beginning, they show an introduction for the characters. Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball Evolutions, I think the movie's called. And they're giving introductions for the characters. And the announcer calls Piccolo, and Piccolo at the same time, in the same sentence. He says, Piccolo, the Piccolo. Like, which is it, man? I think it looks okay for the top. It's not great, but, I mean, it's okay. Just rest that inside for now. We're going to take some Abaddon Black and clean up some of our Light Vulture mistakes here. No! We'll come back to that. Because we're still fixing up the... Oh, it's getting smoother. Getting more filled in with the Gray Seer. I don't think it'll be perfect, but we'll get pretty close to perfect. In other case, what we'll do is start on this stuff to get this stuff ready. So we have to do some Aquila here in the gold. Thanks. Wherever my gold is, right here. Then we'll go back to Light Belcher here for a minute, wherever I left that. Back here. And we'll just clean up those lines. I'm going to use my little layer brush here because it's a little thinner. I think that looks pretty good. So this goes somewhere in the back here. I think when I looked at the instruction booklet, it was just kind of wherever. So they show it as going on these parts in the back. So we're going to do that. We're going to just glue it into the back. Just over top of it, I guess. Yes, please, let's glue our fingers to it, of course. Oh, golly. No, stop. Just like that, and it's glued on. Just to show what the inside looks like here again. It's pretty slick. We still have to paint our gas can. Then I'll just go over here once it's painted. We have our Aquilias on the door. We can take this gold Aquilia and put it on the front now. I'll throw some Agrax Earthshade on that in a second. Just gonna glue this down. Don't really want to touch my finger on that, so I'm just going to use a sponge to whisk it a little bit. I'll just grab this and pop that in there. We still have to paint a rocket in the viewfinder, but we can glue this in there for now. What's Philip say? Heard you're going to be streaming today. Ah, shoot. Oh, golly. I've got glue on my fingers, which means the most entertaining part of the stream now is I heard that. Are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. I just need to take a second here and deglue my fingers. My big, stupid Astartes fingers. Here's a pro tip. If you're using Cyanoacrylate like I am, and you get some on your little fingies, all you need is some nail polish remover and a piece of paper towel. You fold the paper towel into quarters like so. Take some nail polish remover. Just like that. And you just scrub the crap out of your fingers. And it will actually loosen up, the acetone will loosen up the glue. Just like that. It'll also take off any paint you have on your fingers too. That's a fun fact. It does it very quickly and very efficiently. And it's 100% acetone. I don't suggest using it to take paint off your fingers. I would recommend using soap and water. And that's just because acetone can be very hard on the skin. But it will do it. Rest assured, it will do it. I'll take a moment and just be right back.
Back from that show and actually is the current voice actor in the series as one of like the most popular fucking villains who's also green. In full circle, he voiced in the latest video game. Yeah, he's still doing work for Dragon Ball somehow. The only one that came back. Anything you need your walk right now?
That's good. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that.
So what's happening?
Billy's gonna take us up.
Is he okay? Or is it a whole other thing?
Yeah.
Prepared to go. What's he taking you up?
He's coming around 5s.
About 5 years. That's gonna hit a quick coffee.
Yeah. Well, I'm doing my thing till 4, so. sent them my links, so.
Good,
Oh,
good, okay.
hold on a second. Hold on a sec here. Hey crew, I'm back. I took a moment to just take a quick bite and use the bathroom, so we're back to it now. We're just gluing down some stuff, doing some cleanup here. Just making stuff look pretty. I'm opting not to put some of the other weapons on this. I just not feeling it for the weapons. But what we are going to do is put the, wherever it is here, on the front, the part that mixed to the Razorback, and we're going to put some other accessories up here like this. Using a lot of Cyrac just because it's really good at sticking things. It bonds it all the way down to the lowest possible level. Open the stream chat here. Hey, I've got a couple viewers here. Welcome to everyone who's watching. Let's put this on here, and here, 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 and here. And try not to get it on our hands this time. It's our Black Templar Razorback. Still have to paint some smaller pieces here, but for the most part, it's pretty well painted. And our side lines in here are starting to look really white, so that's good. I might just keep them the way they are now. There's no point going too far, because they'll never be 100% perfect. So next comes this, and we do still need to paint the little rivets in here, so we'll do that as well in a minute. The fun thing about CA glue is that you want to give it just a little bit of pressure when you're putting it on something, when you're attaching one piece to another, and what that's going to do is just move the glue in and everything else out around it. Because basically what you're asking it to do is to create a much more literal bond. We'll let that dry, operate for a little bit. We still have to clean under here because this is where the liquid green stuff is, so we'll clean that up as well. It's looking pretty good so far. And we still have to paint a rocket and our aspects up here too, but that's part and parcel. I realize, like, these weapons don't make a lot of sense canonically. Like, there should be, you know, one with the other or the other with the other sort of thing. As per the back of the book, we find out what... Ooh, that's rough. What it is we are allowed to have. And essentially you can't have certain things with other things. That's not going to stop me though. I mean, I'm playing locally. If I was playing in the tournament, it might matter a lot more, but playing locally, it's really not going to matter. So I'm not too worried. That said, one thing that does need to be done is I need to find the other set of doors. Now there's a hatch that I could have here instead of the doors. That hatch holds our last gun. Without the desk here. Our last gun that we have painted here. And I want that last gun. While we're waiting for this to dry, while I'm thinking about the last gun, before we do any more detail work or any more cleanup on that, just because it needs to dry, we're going to paint just some of the wires here, and then this piece as well. And so I'm going to use Caldor Sky. I'm going to use Mephiston Red. And I've got an Ireland Sunset here somewhere. I've got Uriel Yellow. It's a very nice yellow. All just the primaries, really. Just so we can get the colors on. I'll flip over. There we go. Just because some of the lines are going to be easier to detail when they're primaries. Also, we need this for this as well. We'll get to that in a second. I'm just going to pick out one line here that I want to be red. One that I feel best represents the wire. And we'll try not to use the same one on the opposite side. We'll do one red, one blue, one yellow on both sides. And that's just so that they look semi-organized but semi-original. Most of this you won't see underneath anyway, so I'm not too careful. I think for this one I'll put the red one back here. Best I can at least. There's our red. Color sky. It's a really nice blue, very primary looking blue. And I'll just choose this square right here. I'm gonna be careful, get a lot of blue in there. My color sky might still be a little wet. Unintentionally. Take some water and just clean up a little bit. Just de-soak it. There. And I'll shake up the color sky a little bit because it's a little thin. A little separated. There, that looks a lot better. I'll start from the opposite side this time. We'll do maybe this wire back here. Oh yeah, I like the way that looks. And the wires don't have to be next to each other. I mean, we're not going to do them all, we're just going to pick out a handful we like. That we feel really just represent the idea that there's wires here. And they've got to be pseudo-random, I guess. Yellow, same thing. Ah, there we go. It's a real bright yellow, real primary color yellow. A little bit more. A little less on my brush though. I just want it on the other one like I did with the blue one. I'm just going to choose this guy right in the back here, I think. A little bit more yellow on this, just to really improve the brightness. I like this one back here. If it ends up a little chunkier, then no big deal. I mean, we just want it to look like these are just cables, right? What I might do is, just because of the nature of the blue, I could go over it again with more Caldor blue, but it probably looks better if I grab a little Thousand Suns blue. Very similar in color, and then just run it down the base just a little bit, just to really make it pop. That's it. Now we still have to do the edge highlighting. We'll do that a little bit later. Because there's still a lot of places we're going to edge highlight. But for now, we're going to grab this red. It's Mephiston red. And a dry brush. This one is very, very, very dry. Grab our sponge and work it a little bit. We're actually going to grab the calm instead because it just is too chunky right now. There we go, we're starting to get rid of all the chunked up paint now. Hard to believe even dry brushes need to be cleaned once in a while. But they do. Yeah, pretty good there. Oh, Monday's going to be a good day. We're going to try and get a couple new things underway for Monday. I think prime of which is we're going to get together a new starting soon screen. Or, sorry, Tuesday, not Monday. Tuesday, we're going to put together a new starting soon screen. Just to really improve stream quality a little bit. And we'll set up a few new alerts and things. And we're also going to start on the Chaos Space Marines. So it's going to be a big day. Tuesday is going to be huge. I really want to listen to like some heavy metal music while we're doing grimdark painting here, but like I can't find any royalty-free stuff that would kind of fit the aesthetic. I wish Bolt Thrower was a music that I could use here. I could use it in YouTube Shorts, but that's YouTube Shorts. Right now, all my music comes from Chill Hop, which is still nice because it's just nice to have something that just relaxes you while you're just sort of doing your thing. Grab a little water here, and then just... While I'm waiting for this to dry, we'll, think of all the colors we want to do. I'm pretty sure... Oh, gosh. Paint keeps coming off my hands. Paint came off my hand. I think it could use some like Belcher for the handles, and then I'm gonna paint the skull probably white. Is this dry? Oh yeah, it's dry. We could just glue this on the way it is and then clean up in a hot minute. I think that's what we're going to do. Just to keep making progress. We could paint the opposite side, but you're not going to see it glued to the model, so I'm not too worried about what it looks like on the back side. And that's basically glued in place now. It's starting to come along. So, the last piece of this puzzle is we need the... What the heck was that? Well, there's a few last pieces to this puzzle, I should say. Oh, there's the cat. Cat goes here. Oh, well, we get a chance to check on our Nexus Chaotica. It looks pretty good. But it doesn't want to stay attached here. If I just put something heavy in there, that might hold it down enough to do it. Well, that's fun. It just won't stick. We'll find a way to make it stick, though. I mean, I've got blue tack. What if I just take a little blue tack and do the irresponsible thing of just putting some here and then just moving this into place and hoping it sticks to the blue tack and wrap the blue tack around it. Oh, yeah, I could just do that. Cool. Threw a little Cyroc light in there. And just hope it just sticks. We'll just keep the blue tack on it. Yeah. Hey, big brain move. Galaxy brain move. And just to show off what it looks like with the switch on, yet again, we've got a really cool Nexus Chaotica here. That looks so badass. Okay, now we have to find the other part for this. Actually, before we're too far, let's take our Abaddon Black. We're just going to clean up those little parts that just need just a bit of attention. There's our base brush here. Base brush. That scared the hell out of me. Wow. All I'm doing here is just cleaning up a little bit. I don't really care about any overage with the Abaddon Black, just because it's not, you're not really going to notice it. You'll notice it if there's, you know, white in there, but not if there's a whole lot of black. Unless it's like in really obvious spots. These are looking very clean. Roll my brush. Roll my brush. Just to get nice and pointy. Take some Abaddon Black. And then back to cleaning up the trim. And we're just going to clip around the smokestacks a little bit. Just like that. Looks pretty good. Just need a little bit more on the bottom here just to even it all out. We're just thinning it across. Just so it's nice and feathered and smooth. That's looking pretty good. Okay. Next piece of this puzzle is we've got some wire here, and we're gonna just pull some wire out, and we're gonna cut it. Just a couple strands, no big deal. And the reason why we're gonna cut some wire up, roughly the same length, is because we're gonna do smoke clouds. How the hell are we gonna do smoke clouds? I've got some cotton balls that I'm gonna stretch out. And we're just going to quickly prime them outside and bring them back in after we figure out a shape that we like. I'm going to go get those cotton balls. Okay, this is really old technique. I haven't ever done it before. So I don't really know what it is I need or how much I need, but we're gonna ad-lib it. And that ad-libbing should be useful. I think what I do is I just take some of these and unroll them, because they are rolled. Just stretch them out. Just till they're thin. They're not too shredded. Cool. I'm going to take some wire and just push inside. And I'm going to take some super glue while I'm here, because I just want it to stick. And we're just gonna wrap it inside. just like that. Just let it dry for a second or two. And while it's drying, we'll take another cotton ball here. Unwrap it like I did the other one. Bring it out till it's, you know, like a pad almost. Oh, not a pad, but like a pat, or like a yeah, I'm not recovering from that one. From like a just a plane. And it's really opened up like that. And it likes to stick together on itself, so we're just gonna throw a little CA. Not much, just enough. You know, just whatever feels right. Wrap it like that. Then pull it and shred it if we have to. Oh, my fingers just start to stick together. I'm gonna set that off to the side. We're just gonna do that a few more times. Again, some of these are wrapped better than others. Like that's whatever. But they are rolled. You can see the spiral in them. Just gotta find out where it starts, right there. Again, we're just gonna make this up as we go. And I'll open up the other one. I'm not trying to rush here, but I just don't know the right process, so we're just gonna make it work, I guess. Whatever that looks like. What we're trying to do is build smoke. And these next ones, I think I'm going to cut it in half. Just because otherwise it's going to be kind of there and just bleeding into the other one. Which is not a bad problem. But it just doesn't look the way I want it to. Oh, I've got CA glue and I've been tarred and feathered. just like that. It's a messy process. It's an old process. It's one you don't really see anymore. Normally everyone just 3D prints their smokes. Because it's just easier to work with. But maybe I'm a traditionalist, I guess. You can almost tell when they're fake because they're rolled too tight. Fun fact about cotton balls is that inside of cotton balls, they'll fluoresce different colors under the light because some are cotton, some are dyed cotton. Some are naturally white and some are dyed white. Putting a heavy bead of gel right along the metal wire here. Just gonna wrap it up real tight. And just let that gel in there, I guess, for now. Later on, what I'll do is I'll roll it up, kind of like this. Just roll it real tight. Real tight. And then just thread it in. I might even chop some of this up, just so it's not quite as thick. This might be a fruitless endeavor too. Oh, there's glue everywhere. Oh, it is everywhere. Oh, no. Okay, alright. Clearly I'm too impatient. And I'm doing too much. The answer here is smaller. Small is the answer. Much less cotton, much less glue, no wire. These are things that we learn. This is not a process I'm experienced in, but we're learning. Making mistakes live. And free for you to watch on twitch.tv/burnuprush. We're just going to pull that one out for now. And we're going to rethink this game plan here. Clearly CA glue is a little too aggressive here. I mean, my thumbs are... I look like a chicken. Nothing like gluing cotton to your fingers. Like being tarred and feathered in the old ages. Okay, so we're gonna withhold on the cotton for a bit, because that was fun. And we'll hold off for a bigger model, I think. What I'm going to do is grab some tweezers, because they won't stick to my hands. Clean up the desk here a little bit. There. Now it's just the tweezers there. Oh man. I can use the knife to clean up the tweezers. I can't use the knife to clean up my hands. I could, but it's just I don't want my hands to be in that way. Okay, so let's think about where this last piece is. So it was on the desk here. We do still have to do some edge highlighting to this, so I'm not too worried about where we're at. But rest assured, once I find that piece, we'll glue it and then we'll start edging. You'll find that, like, I'm someone who edges for hours. I just need things to look right, so I'm not painting, I'm edging, usually. Edge highlighting. Aha! Aha, I found it. It was hard to find because it is black. Oh, golly. So the way it goes is it goes this way. I believe, as per Land Raider. Yep. So we are going to glue this in place. We could not, but I'm okay with gluing it in place. It's just going to sit on the shelf when it's not in play. And when you're playing on tabletop, not everything has to be play features. just like that, it's stuck in place forever. And then we'll just add a couple of dollops. Oh gosh, please don't glue my hands to this. There. Now we did paint this one because we weren't sure if we were going to go with it or not, so it's extra now for the next one, whenever that is. God, my fingers are covered in glue. Let's take a moment and paint some of our little highlights here. I usually like using gray seer. I think I'm going to continue to use gray seer here. Just because it looks white against black, even though it's gray. That's good there. The other thing I don't like about CA glue is that once it dries, you can see CA glue. It doesn't make itself quietly there. It's very, very present. But acceptable losses are okay. Take some Abaddon Black here. Just clean up just this little piece back here. Just around there. Just there. Around there. Around there some. And we'll paint one of these can toppers black as well. Maybe both of them. Just because they look like gas cans. I was going to paint them lead belcher in here, but it looks like they're just molded, so I'm just going to leave them the way they are. So that's looking pretty good, I want to say. Let me turn the light on. Oh, it's not charged. Electronics are in there pretty good now, so they're not coming out under any circumstance. So you can see the windshields now, so that's good. Okay, let's do some edging. Okay, so we've got Abaddon Black. So the slightly higher color is gonna be either Corvus Black, which is pretty good, or we can go to Eshin Gray. Eshin Gray is pretty good too. Probably should put some other markings on here before we get into that actually, because we got some gold that we could do. Yeah, let's finish up the gold, and then we'll get to that, because we get edge highlight literally for hours on this thing. And then we'll throw some Agric's Earthshade on it too. We're just looking for Aqualias, anything that we missed. Needs a little bit of color. Just to make sure we got it all. Now I didn't paint this black or this black because I like to think they don't need to be. You know, not everything has to be totally perfect. In fact, most things won't be. Especially in the 41st millennium. Now, we could write something in there, but what do we write? That's the hard part. I think I'll take my 10-1. Soak it up, get a little wet. Take my Corvus Black. And we need to figure out what to put in there. I could put No Mercy. N-O-M-E-R-C-Y. That might be a little tight. I might put Exhaustus in there. E-X-H-A-U. No, it's too many words. Let's grab a pencil. That's a really big pencil. That might be too big of a pencil. We'll grab a smaller thing. Now I have this here, this pen. This is a Pigma Micron 005. It's a marker that lets me write in small font. Lets me write so small I can put some head tape. Here we go. Put something that small on it. So that's possible. So if we tried to write Exhaustus, it just would be too big. I could write Twitch on it. What else could I write on it? What does Luxor mean? We'll do English to Latin. If I do it the other way around, so it's Latin to English, Luxor means luxury. Exhaustus means exhausted. What is... Oh, how about the word done? Factum. Latin font, we'll say. Actually, we'll say instead of Latin, because it's Latin, but it's on top of the. What type of font is this? This is ancient font. Not Victorian era. Medieval? Medieval's probably correct. I'm looking at 100fonts.com to see if I can find a font I like. That's what we want, is Old English. What word do we put though? Twitch maybe? If I try lowercase. There are some cool looking fonts here, but it's just hard to find something that I can actually draw out without being water slide. Might have to do a water slide. Huh. I'll find one. Instead of drawing it, we'll do a water slide. I'll make one this weekend that we can actually take a look at it on Tuesday. So, what's happening Tuesday? That's a great question. Right now, the going thought is that Tuesday, we're going to be able to get into getting this Razorback finished, doing some edge highlighting on them, and getting things just ready for the next stage. It's basically ready now. It's essentially tabletop ready, but I want to edge highlight it. And actually, while I'm here, while I'm talking about it, just so I can get it out of my head, I'm going to take the, not Nolan oil, but I had Agric's Earthshade on the desk here somewhere. And Skeleton Horde. Where the hell is my Agric's Earthshade? Right here. Using my shade brush, I'm going to give it a thick swoop across that Aquila. This is over Retributor Armor Gold. Let's just clean up that gold on Tuesday once it's dry, and that little black spot that we got there. Then we'll do our edge highlighting. Yeah, so we'll start. Well, actually, we could do some edge highlighting, or not edge highlighting. We could do some more Agric's Earthshade on these treads just to make them dirty, and just some inside of our thing here. just do this while we're talking about it. So Tuesday, like I said, we'll get to edge highlighting this. It'll look really good. The edging's going to be fantastic. We'll add some more distressing. Just things to really bring up the color pattern a little bit to really sell that this thing's been used and maybe abused and been through more than just one war. Because right now it looks really clean and we really want it to be older and bolder. Because it's a Black Templar. Black Templar are known for reusing as much as they can. And I say that from the perspective that one of the ways that they identify new members to be in the Black Templar is that they're essentially recruits. They're almost loaning out their armor. Like, you would almost see one Templar in like many battles, because even if they died, they pass the armor down to somebody else. It's really a cool concept, and lore-wise what happens is that when a new recruit comes into the field, they're stationed with other Black Templar to get used to being a Black Templar, following the values, and, you know, helping the Imperium. So that in mind, you know, it's very exciting to be able to make, you know, dirtier, grungier, more twisted looking kind of stuff. I'm just going to clean up my finger here because I've got some glue stuck to it. And that's the perspective I take with the Black Templar, is that that's what their goal is to just keep the message clear. I mean, to do as Rogaldorn instructed and to avoid codex as much as possible. Like, there's no telling how many are in their numbers, because they're not codex compliant, because they don't follow the same as Astartes program. They're a part of the Astartes program, but they don't follow it the same way. So they just kind of make as many as they feel like and just do as many as they please. I'm just getting the glue off my finger. That said, there's some color blocking we could do, not color blocking, transitioning we could do with some colors here. Put my brushes back. And we can get some stuff done for the channel itself. I'm going to do some stuff outside of the streams for the channel, because it's not generous to you guys to make you sit and watch and endure as I go through all these things. And I'd rather you guys have a pleasant experience when you're watching and say, oh, you know, this is just the paint and chill hour while we work on things. But with all the other cool stuff that we can add in. So, once this is done, we're going to move on to our Chaos Space Marines box. And we're just going to start assembling. And that's probably what we're going to do all next week, is just assemble Space Marines for like 2-3 days. Assemble, clean, you know, just get them ready for the paint stage. And then when we're at the paint stages, I'll prime them off screen and we'll just work with them together from there. Today, though, we did a really good job. Our progress is like 95% done on this thing. And I think we did exceptionally well. I probably could cut out the barrel here, and you know, I'm still not settled with it. I might go back and cut out that barrel, just drill it out. But I think we did really well. And we've got our mini details in there. It looks really good. And like I said, I'll get my water slide decals in there. We have all of our lights in place. We have pretty well everything good to go, I want to say. This will be one of our transport vehicles. And again, I'll just charge it up real quick here. Just to show what it looks like now that it's, like I said, 95% complete. So it's just some exciting things waiting to happen. And on the coming streams, we'll really get into it and really get to see kind of how this looks and plays and goes. And it's so exciting. At this point, it's so exciting. The other thing we did today was we worked on the Nexus Chaotica, which that last chain does not want to stick. I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but it's refusing to stay together. So I might have to really just actually hold it And I think that might be the end result, is just holding it in place. Or taking a torch to it and... I've said it. I'm gonna do it. Is it a good idea? No, we're gonna do it anyway. Just gonna loosen the stress, just a little bit. Does it look great? Not really. Can you tell the chain got moved? Not really. Did that do what I wanted to? Yeah, kind of. So I'm calling that a win. Was it a good idea? I don't know. We'll find out here in a minute. But what we did manage to do today was get that flame sigil in there. And it's looking really cool. We did a really great job. I mean, these streams have been fantastic for what we're doing. And we're just killing it. So look forward to Tuesday being a big day. It's going to get a lot done. Got a lot to show off. For now, I'm going to take a quick video. Just to put in our progress. And then we'll come back Tuesday with hopefully some more exciting things. Stick with me for a moment while I do this. Just get that right dead center. And then I'm going to bring over my camera. We're going to have to go landscape on it. And we'll turn on the... If I can do it by hand here. The right, left, and we'll turn the speed down a lot. That's one. And we might do one with light as well. We'll just get that light just over here. And just pushing this way. Just creating some really intense shadows. There we go. Whew. Holy moly. What a great stream today, guys. I'm really thankful for everyone that shows up to these and everyone that hangs out and paints along or just chills and comes to say hi. I mean, it means a lot. These streams mean a lot to me, and it's helping me get through my backlog. So every chance I can to just have some people just to share that time with, I'm really, really grateful. But we're going to end it here and pick it back up on Tuesday. And that'll be Tuesday, the 3rd of February. So, I'll see you then, and remember, praise the Emperor!